again, we talk about the following. We'll be talking about these topics today. Are there any questions about the topics or any discussions that we'll do today? House rules have not changed. Again, if we have any questions, please bring them up. While I'm sharing the slides, if you want to bring them up on a chat, Randy will be covering down on the chat. Also, if we can, as we're presenting through, because of the bandwidth that we're using in a lot of the videos, et cetera, if we can keep ourselves muted unless we're actually in the discussion, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you have questions, please ask them. If you have personal experiences that you want to bring up, please let's bring them on. We'll stay on topic as best we can, but again, we want to make sure we tailor these classes, we tailor these issues for you guys as best we can. Randy, anything to add?
No, I'm the one. I'll be monitoring chat. So if you have any questions, please feel free to either raise your hand or write it in chat, and I can tell Ken to pump the brakes. That works best. Or if there's a break, a lull in conversation, just jump in and say, hey, I have a question about this, or hey, this doesn't make sense. Can you expound on that? We work as a two-man team. Unfortunately, he can't really see chat when he's hasn't changed. When he's running slides, all he sees is the slides. Only I can see the chat when the hand's up. So we're like a tag team. So if you have any questions, please, we love them. Make sure you ask them.
We will be recording. We are recording the session, so if we want to refer to this at a later date as well, we'll up that the recording of the session will be available also in the chat at the conclusion of the day as well. So again, if we missed anything, or if you want to go back over everything, that recording will be available for everyone as well. So expectations versus weather. Had a little bit of cold weather there during the last couple of weeks while we were out. But it's interesting. Everybody talks about the cold weather, the severe weather, and for some reason, New York really doesn't stop us up in the Northeast. We just keep knocking through this stuff. So again, what we're looking at doing is making sure that we want to match your expectations, not like the pictures here, but again, we want to make sure that we help you guys get a better understanding, a better comprehension of some of the basic tools for Six Sigma, some of the basic tools for Green Belt and process improvement. So what have we covered so far? Again, we opened up the first session with an overview of history of Six Sigma. We did a pre-test then to see everyone's basic general understanding. I can share at this time that the pre-test, the average for the pre-test was a 37%. So we understanding that there's a lot of material here that's unfamiliar with folks, that may be new for folks, which is why we want to go at a relatively slower rate. Also, we want to stay away from, we're going to show you and have available for you some of the formulas, some of the integrals, etc. But again, we're not looking at you doing, putting the information in and actually running through the events of running the calculations. We just want to make sure that you're familiar with the calculations. Understand where the stuff comes from. But we open up with an overview of Six Sigma. We open up with what DMAIC is. We talked, and then we jumped into DMAIC. We jumped into the first was define. We talked about identifying the challenges, understanding the voice of the customer. Probably one of those first documents that we actually want to put together is that project charter. Looking at how to build the team, how to build a scope. Talked about RACI charts. Again, got a lot of questions from everyone during the break between this session and last session on some of the products that we want to look at for our projects. Really appreciate that. Again, if you do have questions, please reach out to Randy and I. We will get back to you within 24 hours. Want to help you guys and gals work through your projects to get a better understanding of these concepts. Talked about plan, do, check, act. Then we talked about the toll gates. We talked about how we want to get through each section, define, measure, analyze, improve, control, how we want to have a toll gate or some sort of check on learning, check on the events and progress at each one of those stages. Talked about the metrics, talked about measure, collecting baseline data, understanding good data versus bad data, what good sources of data are. Then we talked about constraints and bottlenecks. What is holding things up? Where might we be able to find a bottleneck? If we are trying to improve a project or a process, we want to focus on that bottleneck, because if we focus anywhere else, we're not really improving the holistic process. And then we wrapped up with Little's Law. We wrapped up with the toll gate and also how to do a data collection plan. So does anybody have any questions about what we've talked about at the closure of the first 5 days of the training. Okay. So if not, what I'd like to do at this time is let's do a very short 25 question quiz online, check on learning on the first week. Again, want to make sure that we have retention, we have understanding of the basic concepts of define and measure before we start jumping into analyze. So I've just sent an email to everyone's email addresses with a link to an online multiple choice check on learning quiz. It's in type form. It's coming from my email. Randy, can you put the link in
Sure.
the chat?
It should be in chat. Hopefully y'all can see it.
Okay. So if you guys and gals, if you guys can access that link, and again, what we'll do is we'll take about 35 minutes. We'll go to the top of the hour. Obviously it's open book, but what I like to do is, again, we want to make sure that we help you identify some of the key points and help develop you to maximize success on the certification quiz. So let's take a look at the quiz that we sent out. Again, 26 questions. The first one is your name. So 25 questions plus your name. And then what we'll do is, once you're done with that and you submit it, please send us a note in chat saying you're complete. And then what we'll do is, at the top of the hour, we'll go over the quiz together as a group. We'll actually do the quiz together as a group to make sure that everyone understands where we are and what the key concepts are. Everything in there is from the first 5 days of training. Everything that's in there may also include some questions from the pretest. So again, you may see a pattern of some of these questions. You may see a recurrence of some of these questions. But again, we want to make sure that everyone understands. We want to make sure everyone has a good understanding of what we've covered so far, so that we can jump off for the second half of the training with all on the same sheet of music. Okay. So any questions at this time? Okay, so what we'll do is let's everybody jump. Let's everybody please access the check on learning quiz in the link that Randy provided in the chat, or that I provided in the email that I sent out. Again, multiple choice, and then we'll reconvene at the top of the hour and we'll go over it. Okay, so good luck, and we'll see everyone at the top of the hour. Okay, welcome back. Does anybody need more time? Okay, so
We're not expecting that.
what's that? So I've graded most of them. We've got a couple of issues that we saw that apparently have been some points of confusion, but we'll work through them. Randy, am I showing the check and learning on the screen right now?
No, you're not.
Okay, let's see if I can fix that. How about now?
Yes, you are.
Awesome. Okay. So again, easiest way to do this, and again, some folks might need a little bit more time. A couple folks haven't turned it in yet, but that's okay. What I figured the best way to review this is let's just take it together. So let's just start here. So everyone got the first one right. So cost benefit analysis does not include. So again, when we talk about cost benefit analysis, it's about everything that we're talking about for investment and return for us inside. So the correct answer here does not include the impact on a competitor. So the answer here would be D. What is lean philosophy? Usually whenever you see a long response, it's usually the right one. In this case, it is true. It helps to provide a perfect value through a perfect value creation process that has zero waste. So the answer here would be A. Standard deviation in Six Sigma applications is referred to as a difference from the mean. Again, when we're talking about Six Sigma, we're talking about this process and this philosophy. Remember, we're predominantly focusing on the mean, and we're focusing on normal distributions. So for this one, the best metric for measuring defectives is parts per million, ppm. Not defects per opportunity or anything else, it's parts per million. In a typical measure phase, which of the following activities should a green belt perform first? And the answer here is a MSA. We want to make sure that our numbers and our tools are measuring things properly and accurately and consistently. Forming, norming, and performing. These are terms that describe the stages of team growth. There's actually a fifth stage of adjourning when a team has accomplished its mission. But forming, storming, norming, and performing are terms that describe stages of team growth. So the answer here is C. Which of the following measures of central tendency is preferred when the data does not have outliers? Again, so if the data is all together, if there's no strange numbers out there like that, again, we're always, when in doubt, we're typically generally focused on the mean. And then in a 4 Sigma level process, most everyone got this one. How many opportunities lie outside the specification limits by the customer? So in a 4 Sigma process, how many defects are beyond the limits? And the answer for this one is 6210. The most important factor for the success of Six Sigma projects, teamwork is important, team support is important, interdepartment harmony, again, everyone's singing peace and love is fantastic, but again, the key to this is leadership support. It has to have support from the top down. If the senior leaders are not championing this and not embracing this, then we're coming out of the blocks with not everything that we have. COPQ, cost of poor quality. Remember, we had the discussion about forgetting our token, our subway money, and having to go back, or forgetting something at home and having to go back. Is the cost of having to redo things that we're missing. Utilizing primary data has all the following advantages except. So it is flexible to the advantage of the researcher. It is the original source of data, and it is possible to capture the changes occurring in the course of time. One of the advantages, which is not one of the statements, which is not an advantage, is that it requires extensive research personnel who are skilled. C. How should we address bad data? Well, there's going to be we can expect outliers, so expecting perfection is not the right answer. Dismissing the magnitude of the issue, no, we need to understand it. And that being said, we also can't just disregard it if it exists. We need to identify the source of the problem and resolve it if possible. So the answer is A. CP is a short-term process capability that involves all the following except. And it's also known as process entitlement. It is for a limited period of time, and it does not include shifts and drifts. So it involves all the following except it considers process centering. Which of the following statements is incorrect regarding process maps? So we should use it to begin every project. It is a tool to gain process knowledge. It is a graphical tool. So it is the one that is incorrect is a process done by only the process owners, since they truly know the process. Remember when we did emergency room admissions, although we had a couple of people that we relied upon primarily, we had everyone involved. We want to get everyone involved regarding the process mapping, if at all possible. The distribution that models random behavior and is the basis for Six Sigma, and most everyone got this one right, is, again, normal distribution. According to the RACI chart, only one individual can be assigned this role per activity. There's a lot of people that can be consulted. There's a lot of people that can be informed. There can be multiple people's responsible, but there's only one person that is accountable for a task. When discussing the project charter, there are two types of subject matter experts. Those would be internal and external. So this is talking about bottlenecks here. A great way to find a bottleneck in the process. So again, the bottleneck means that that is the major constraint within the process. So everything can only go as fast as that process. Remember, we talked about Herbie, the kid that didn't hike as fast as everyone else. Everyone was stopped behind him. So the answer here is a stockpile of material or WIP before the process. Before the process. The bottleneck should be running at all times. So the difference between an observed average and the measurement, the difference between the observed average and the measurement of the measurement and the reference value, that's bias. This one was a challenge for a lot of folks, and I'll take a secondary answer for this one. So the principles of PDCA include which of the following? So the principles of PDCA, according to what we talked about, was respect for the people, management by fact, and customer satisfaction. So the answer, according to the book, according to the slides, should be C, customer satisfaction. A lot of folks also put in process simplicity. While it is not one of the three principles of PDCA, I will accept process simplicity as an acceptable alternate answer. But the answer by the book is customer satisfaction. One of the first documents you should create for your project, we really haven't talked about financial ledgers. We're going to talk about root cause analysis today. We want to do toll gate reviews at the end of each the stages. But one of the first documents you should create, again, with the scope and everything and the team and what we're going to do, is the process charter, which you guys have done for your projects already. That being said, at the end of each phase at the MAIC, excuse me, what should we do before progressing to the next step? Well, financial assessment, that's nice, but we really haven't talked about that in this course yet. The answer is at each step, we should be doing a toll gate review. What does SIPOC stand for? Most everyone got this. I think this is one of the few ones that everyone got right, and it's supplier input, process, output, and customer. According to the voice of the customer, the three major criteria regarding customer satisfaction are outcomes, perception, and performance. That statement is true. And finally, the variation in the average of the measurements made by different people using the same measuring instrument when measuring the identical characteristic on the same part. So the only thing that we've changed is the individual making the measurement. What is that term known as? That term is reproducibility. So again, wanted to do a short check on learning. No one got 100% unless we've got a late submission coming in. So we've all got room to improve. That's okay. But again, just want to make sure that everything is mentioned in the script, in the text. We want to make sure that we've got a good understanding of what we're at, what we're doing, and what we're doing moving forward. When we do the certification test at the end of the next session, I would strongly recommend reviewing the text, reviewing the reference materials, so that we go in and we set ourselves up for success as best we can. I understand that a quiz first thing in the morning, for all intents and purposes, first thing on Monday morning, might be a challenge. But again, just wanted to make sure that people have an understanding and a good understanding of where they are with relation to the items. If you like your personal stuff, your personal quiz graded and returned to you, I can do that tonight. Again, because we're doing multiple things here. Obviously, I'm not gonna be able to do that right now, but from everyone that I had turning into it so far, the average was missing about. We had a low. Let's just say we had a low of about 3 misses. Was the best submission I got so far.
And Ken, we got a question.
Yeah. Yes.
Your hand is up. Someone?
Yes. Yes. My question is on one of the questions, one of the quiz that talk about Lean Sigma. I know we're trying to reduce waste and reduce variations and all that. Is there a perfect value? Is there a perfect measurement or perfect? I mean, my point is there anything perfect? Because one of the answer you pick is A, which is a perfect value.
Okay.
That word perfect throw me off.
So the lean philosophy. Yep. So nothing is in reality, nothing is perfect, but that doesn't mean we don't strive for the perfect state. So even an event that is 6 sigma, there's still 3.4 defects per million. So nothing is perfect, but we still want to strive for that perfect state. So in the utopia of a lean utopia, yes, everything is perfect, everything is consistent, there are no outliers, and everything does fall into place. That being said, in reality, that does that exist? No, but that doesn't mean we don't strive for that.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to jump off of this one, and I'm going to jump onto This one.
I have a quick question on one of them.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I think it was, I can't remember now, 19. It was the question about the work in process.
Okay.
One of the statements did reference, the waiting before the process, before going the next step, the last item on there.
The
Would that
process
be
is the process is waiting for material from the preceding process. Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Okay.
So what's the difference between that statement and the statement that reflects the concept of WIP before the process?
So if there's material before the process, if it's waiting for material,
Mhm.
what again, the driving force of the process is whatever the bottleneck is.
Mhm.
So if you're waiting, ideally you want to have a just in time where as soon as something is
Yep.
done as soon as something is done from the preceding portion, it's fed directly into it. If you're waiting for something from the preceding process, what that would indicate is that possibly the step beforehand is the bottleneck, not that step itself.
Agreed. I'm sorry. So is it not a true statement? That's the
No,
point.
so the
Bottleneck could be this process, the step before the process that's waiting for that step to be completed. Is that not a bottleneck?
So the question was, a great way to find the bottleneck in the process
Mhm.
is to find the work in process that has a work in process before itself, which means that bottleneck is holding everything back.
I'm sorry, I'm still having a little difficulty because I can envision that if you're waiting for the step before you, then that is a bottleneck.
If you're
Or maybe
waiting
it's
for the
just-
step, if you're waiting for the step before you, then the chances are the step before you is the bottleneck.
Correct. I just thought that was a true statement in terms of bottlenecks, but
It is
perhaps it's
a true
semantics.
statement. However, the question was, a great way to find a bottleneck in the process is to find the stockpile of material before the process. If there is stuff waiting to go through the process that you're looking at, the chances are that process that you're looking at is the bottleneck.
No, I get it. Perhaps it's just semantics. That's all. Okay.
Okay. So any other questions on the Quizlet?
Thank you for doing that. That was helpful. Would love to do more of that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Again, just wanted to have a good azimuth check with us now that we're at the halfway point. And like I said, what I can do is I can send the individual responses, the individual results to everyone this evening once I break everything down.
Awesome. Yeah, I was going to ask you, Ken, if I could get a copy of the quiz. I would appreciate it. It's Kevin. I would like that, if possible.
Yep. I've got the quiz itself in a Word format. I can send that out this evening, and I can send you out your actual responses this evening as well.
Thank you.
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And again, and just for transparency, the first 10 questions on the mid-course check on learning were taken from the pretest. We're taken verbatim from the pretest. So you might see a pattern in the questions that you may see in the certification test.
Ken,
So
we've got a question in chat. And the question is the difference between the reproducibility and the repeatability.
Okay.
What is the difference?
So if we go to, if we go into day 5 and we're looking at, I believe it's MSA. Yep. If we're looking at MSA, we talk about reproducibility and repeatability. So reproducibility is the variability so reproducibility is the equipment or gauge or operator variability. And then the repeatability is the equipment or gauge or operator variability. So again, reproducibility is the different individuals get different results, measurements for the same thing, reproducibility. Different people are measuring the same thing, they should get the same results. Even though they're using all the same tools, they're looking at the same thing. If I say it's a duck, you should say it's a duck. Repeatability is the same person looking at something 2 different times, and repeatability is the first time I look at it, I say it's a duck. The second time I look at it, the same item, I should still say it's a duck. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Any other questions on the quiz? Okay. All right. So again, just wanted for everyone's situational awareness, what we're going through, what we've gone through as we go through the new chapters. So we're going to jump into analyze. We've put measure behind us. Our last session was the measure tollgate. So now we're going into phase 3, the analyze phase, DMAIC, define, measure. Now we're in analyze. And one of the first things we want to talk about is correlation and regression. So as we look at items, as you're gathering data, what's going to happen is we want to make sure that as we look at things during certain conditions, we should be able to anticipate results. So as certain variables change, we should be able to anticipate those results, whether it be during over time, over new situations. But as we change the inputs, we should be able to predict through a best fit or a best formula what the results should be. So for instance, if you go to the groceries, simplest example, you go to the grocery store and you buy 2 apples for $1. Well, if you go to the grocery store and every time you buy 2 apples, it's $1. 2 apples, it's $1. 2 apples, it's $1. Well, all of a sudden you miss a day and you got to buy 4 apples. Well, if 2 apples were $1, by going through the best fit formation, 4 apples should be $2. So as we change the input, which is the number of apples that we're buying, we should be able to have a best estimate of what the results should be. So that is what correlation and regression is. It's being able to look at our dependent variables. Looking at our independent variables and understanding what those variables will create for a response. So let me start off with a short video. Randy, please make sure I have sound.
Okay.
So correlation is used to understand the relationship between variables. An example is maybe we want to understand the relationship between the amount of rain we receive and the number of raincoats that are sold. And so what you could do is measure those things for 20 or 30 days and then plot them out in a scatter plot like this. And you could see, based on this example, it looks like the relationship is positive. As there's more rain, there tends to be more sales of raincoats. So the way that we really measure correlation, we quantify it, is using the correlation coefficient. And so that measures the strength of relationship between variables. And we call this R, the correlation coefficient. And it's always going to be somewhere between -1 and 1. And at -1, it's strong negative. So when one goes up, the other tends to go down. On the right-hand side, strong positive, as one goes up, the other goes up as well. Now, if you're right in the middle, there's little or no correlation or relationship between these variables. So here's an example of some positive and negative correlations by their correlation coefficients. And so you can see in the case of stronger correlations, either closer to 1 or -1, that the points are closer together and they look more linear. As those numbers get weaker, the data points start to spread out and the relationship is not as clear. So let's take a look at an example. Let's think about the basketball player LeBron James, and let's say we want to understand the relationship between his minutes per game and his field goal percentage. So in this case, we'll gather some data from his rookie season that shows us by game the minutes he played and his field goal percentage. So his field goal percentage is based on how many times he shoots it, what percentage does he actually make a basket. And so I use a tool called Minitab to do this, but you can use Excel or other tools. But once I do that, I'm going to get a scatter plot like this and a correlation coefficient. So on one axis, we see his minutes per game, and another, we see the field goal percentage. And every data point represents a different game. And we can tell by looking visually at the scatter plot, but also by looking at the correlation coefficient, that it's a positive relationship, but it's somewhat weak, 0.353. Now let's take a look at another example. Let's think about cement. And maybe we want to understand the relationship between the ingredients of the cement and characteristics of it. And so we gather data like this. We vary 4 ingredients in the mixture to assess the impact on overall heat generation. And so on the right-hand side here, you see 4 ingredients of the cement. And on the left, you see what's called heat evolved. And we want to understand how these ingredients are related to heat evolved, a measurement or characteristic of the cement. And so we can generate, in this case, a correlation matrix because we have more than 2 variables. And what you see highlighted here is the correlation coefficients, or the relationships between the ingredients on the left and heat evolved. So 2 of them are fairly strong positive. So as the ingredients go up, heat evolved tends to go up as well. And the other 2 are negative. So as the ingredients go up, heat evolved tends to go down. Now, one thing to remember as we finish here is that correlation is not causation. So just because there's a relationship in how they move, it doesn't mean that a change in one is causing the change in the other. So there's correlation, but not causation necessarily, that they don't equal each other. So experiments can be used to help us later with causation.
So again, just because 2 numbers appear to look like they match up doesn't mean that they're actually one does impact the other. And again, by doing future results, by doing a number of different ways that we look at something, because again, what we see depends on where we sit, will actually help us understand if it is truly correlated. And we've got a video to show the example like that as well in a couple of slides. But again, what we're looking at is 2 quantitative variables. So there's a dependent variable, which is your Y, which is the response. And it's going to be, and then the way we get that Y is going to be all of those independent variables, all of those influences we have on the system, which are our X's. If we can identify all those X's and we can actually we can verify that the X actually does correlate to the Y and it isn't coincidental. Again, as we manipulate those X's, we can get a reliable response variable or response value in Y. So how do we see these? How do we make sure that, graphically, how do we make sure that things actually look like they're going together? Again, what we do is a scatter plot and a correlation analysis. So again, we've probably seen scatter plots in the past where, we have the values. A lot of times it's time or it's age or it's whatever values we have there. And what we see is, as we're looking at things over time, what is that new value going to be? As we're looking at all those contributors to the equation, or contributors to the state, how do they apply and how do they correlate with what the end state is? So this is just an example of a number of exam scores that we see from a large number of students, and we want to, we see if there's actually any correlation between the two, between the event and between the exam 1 and exam 2. Is there any correlation between the two? So, is the professor actually being very effective, and are the scores consistently high, or some, is one exam maybe a little bit more difficult than the other? This helps us understand if there's any correlation for the level of difficulty for the students from one exam to the other. As the gentleman mentioned in the video, again, there's a lot of different ways that we can build these. We can see these relationships. Obviously, on the right, you see there's no relationship there. It's all over the place. It's a shotgun blast. But at the same time, the easiest ones that we see would be a linear relationship, and that is where everything falls in. Where again, two apples equal $1, 4 apples equal $2, 6 apples equal $3, etc. A very one-to-one linear relationship. However, nature isn't always like that. Sometimes there's a curvilinear relationship in place. There's a parabolic relationship in place. As we look at things, there may be certain peaks and valleys. There may be some seasonalities that occur, and we want to see what the best line is to fit. We want to find that equation which best fits the data that we're receiving. So again, there could be no relationship, as you see on the right. ideally we want to have every data point being right on the line, which, it's a little hazy on the top left, but a little bit better on the bottom left. But you know what? Also understand that everything doesn't fit into a linear relationship. Sometimes there may be an ebb or a valley, a max or a min. We certain things peak at a certain time, then a trade off. There could be curvilinear or parabolic relationships as well. But again, what we want to do is use the power of the software that we have that we're using. And again, we can use Excel, we can use Minitab, we can use Jump. And by putting those data points in place, what will happen is the software can actually tell you with a degree of confidence what the best equation is for the data you're submitting. Randy?
And there's a lot of bad examples now, especially in the media, when they're trying to find correlations and things, especially on the price of eggs, or you saw with the toilet paper shortage, and they try and come up with these correlations and putting in two variables and like, well, it's because of this and this, and you're kind of looking at going, well, no, eggs are a car payment right now. Why is that? And you can watch the different channels, and they have all these different facts and figures of, is it the cost of gas? Is it this? And they're putting all these, and of course, what you're going to see is really the relationships are very, very weak. And what you're going to see is on the right top or right bottom, where their ideas and their thoughts really aren't the left side, where you can correlate the extreme reason for this is definitely probably this. You're seeing more, you're reaching here a bit. And that's something, especially now, turn on the news. I mean, they have all these great ideas and all these different, the reason for this is this. And here, look at this. We're going to talk to our expert. And you're going to see something about towards the right bottom is what we have right now in the cost correlations, especially with now, I think it was CNN was doing something on the cost of eggs. And they were really reaching. It was really like bad. Their correlations were not adding up to anything of any value whatsoever. But do definitely keep an eye, especially now that you're seeing this. And, we're just kind of, I won't say we're breezing through it, but keep in the back of your head when you're watching the news, especially, or even the finance channel, when they're forecasting what your investments are going to do. And they always want to do, what's the relationship between what we think the market's going to do is because of this, and we're going to do this. And they show all these cute little graphs and charts. Keep an eye on it, and look, this is a great example. And look at the data they're feeding you and say, oh, okay, is there a correlation? Should I expect my stocks to go up because of this and this? And it's okay, yeah, or okay, no. But this is a good slide to, when you watch the news, just in the back of your mind, keep that in mind.
So again, ideally, we want to have a linear relationship because it's easier. It's a y equals mx plus b. It's a this equals that. We put everything in place, and it all fits on a nice, clean, simple line. But there are a lot. But if it doesn't fit on the line, don't be distraught, because chances are there is some sort of, again, a curvilinear relationship, a parabolic relationship, an exponential relationship, where everything fits into play. One of the places that you'll see a curvilinear relationship would be, for instance, on gas prices and seasonality, or seasonality in general. Many times, the cost of gas will go up during a certain season and decline in other seasons. All other things being equal, just because more people are driving during the summertime, or more heating oil is being used in the wintertime. So again, a lot of times when you see a curvilinear relationship, it could very well be because of seasonality. When we worked with the Maryland State Police, we worked with their EMT section. They were talking about possibly reducing one of their medevac helicopter home ports because of the cost of maintenance, et cetera, with everything, because they have the cost of their helicopters is very, very expensive. The models that they have are very maintenance intensive, very labor intensive, and it costs a mint. So they were looking at actually eliminating one of their stations. Well, they're like, well, look, it's this one, we want to take this one out, or we want to take this one out. Well, first off, whenever you talk about anything statewide, politics gets involved, as you all know, and no politician wants anything taken out of their district. But what we noticed was, there were two stations that did not seem to have a lot of overall demand. And ironically enough, the station out in Western Maryland had very little demand during the summertime, but a very, very high level of demand in the fall and winter. Conversely, there was a station out in Ocean City that had huge demand in the late spring, summer, and early fall, but almost nothing in the wintertime. Well, and they said, well, we need to get rid of one of these stations. Well, you couldn't, and just so you understand, with the EMT stations, with the medevac stations, you can't open it and close. We offered the possibility of opening it for 6 months and closing it for 6 months, but they said the cost of mothballing everything and starting everything back up was cost prohibitive. But the reason, and so they were scrambling about why is the demand not constant like it is in Baltimore, like it is in the DC area, and it was very simple when we came in. It was like, look, we point out to them, like, look, the demand that you're having in Western PA it's a rural area and it's during hunting season. Everybody's hunting in Western Maryland during the fall and wintertime. And nobody there is no hunting season in the spring, and not as much hunting in spring and summer. Conversely, at Ocean City, everyone goes to the shore, everyone goes to the beach during the summer. And if anybody's ever been down the Jersey Shore or down to the beach the day after Labor Day, everything is boarded up. You'll go from a town of 40,000 people down to 4,000 people in the course of a week because all the summer tourists, all the summer visitors go away. Well, as the people come in, the demand for the medical support comes in. The demand for the medevac came in. So again, we saw a very, very strong and a very, very strong correlation with demand versus activities in the areas. And it was only through putting that seasonality in there and considering that seasonality that we can see where that relationship came from. So if you see a demand, and with the hospital, you probably see there are some needs for medical attention that are constant throughout the year. There are some cases that you see that are relatively constant throughout the year. But I would hazard a guess that there may be some cases, or there may be some diagnoses that you see that may have peak seasons or may have ebbs and flows depending on either the season or events, local events, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So again, we want to make sure that we're able to capture those events as well and explain them in the relationships. So that being said, to mathematize this, to put this into relatable terms, obviously the mathematicians have a concept as well, and that correlation coefficient is rho. Now we've talked a little bit about R-squared rules and R-squared correlation, and the best correlation for a line is an R-squared of 1. The reason why we square that correlation coefficient, or not using R but using R-squared, is, remember, as the gentleman said in the video, you can have positive correlation and you can have negative correlation. Whether, if we increase this, it increases the end result, or if we increase this, it decreases the end result. The worst correlation that you can have is if there is a correlation of 0. So that being said, if it's positive or it's negative, what happens when we square a positive value? You still get a positive value. 1 squared is 1. However, if you square a negative value, you get a positive value. The square of -1 is 1. So what we're doing is, when we're looking at the R-squared, we're taking away the fact of whether or not the variables will increase or decrease the end result. We're just looking at how well that variable does correlate with the end result. So which is why when we see R, they can be, if X increases, Y increases, that's a positive R. If X increases and Y decreases, that's a negative R. But if X and Y are very, very closely related, then that R-squared is going to be very, very close to 1. What happens is, by squaring R, by squaring the correlation coefficient, it normalizes everything so that everything is compared, that level of correlation is compared, whether it be negative or positive. Randy?
You got that one. I was trying to think of something witty and insightful. I'm like, no, that's pretty much it.
So again, the key for row, the key to this is, again, the closer we get to 1 or -1, the closer those points are, those different points in time, the closer they are to the line to the fitted line. But the worst case that we can have is that if it's 0, if the correlation is 0, that means it's a shotgun blast, and it does what it's an indicator that X value does not have any influence on Y. So that being said, if we just look at some examples here, if we're looking at R values of -1, -0.6, 0, 3, and 1. So again, with R values, the value, whether it be above or below 0, is going to tell you how those two numbers interact with each other. So if it's a negative, but again, the closer it is to the value of 1, be it 1 or -1, the more closely correlated, the more close that those X values have a direct impact on Y. So if we were to look at that top left graph, we see that the slope of the line is going down. As X is getting larger, Y is getting less. So that tells me right off the bat that the R value is going to be negative. It's not going to be, so that it's going to be a negative value. We see how all those points on that are right on that line. So that the value for that situation, for that scenario right there, is probably going to be what? It's probably going to be -1. So we look at the top middle. Again, we see the slope of the line is going down, so we know that the R value is going to be negative. But we see that the points, there's some above the line, there's some below the line. The fitted line that we see does not have all the points on the line. So what we're looking there, that's a negative value. There's some correlation there. You can sort of kind of see where there may be some other factors in there, but that's probably going to be a -0.6. The third one, the one on the top row to the right, we see that the line is horizontal. So again, the slope is 0. And we also see that, the line, everything's a little bit above, a little bit below. There's really not a lot of correlation there. So that R value is probably going to be 0. Bottom right, we see the slope of the line going up. So again, it's going to be a positive value. All the points are straight on the line. There's a direct relationship between X and Y. That R value is going to be 1. And then finally, lower left, slope of the line, best fit line is going up. You see how the points, the individual observations are a little bit more spread out, are spread out and more spread out than you see in the top center. So what's going to be there is it's probably going to be closer to 0. So that's probably going to be a positive 0.3. So again, we're going back to the earlier example of how does exam 1, the difficulty of exam 1 or the scores of exam 1 relate to exam 2. Ideally, if both exams were exactly the same difficulty and with exactly the same challenge to the same set of students, you would see that that shotgun blast, that scatter plot would all converge into one small dot, but you see it isn't the case. There's some students that you see in the lower right quadrant here. They did very, very well on exam 1, but they really punted on exam 2. They really did really well here, but really bad there. Ideally, what the professor would want to see is he would want to see a nice tight group right here in the upper level. So again, the correlation is there's a positive correlation between the two, and we can see how the scatter plot, just looking at the numbers over there, just for the mathematics side of the house, we see that this quantifies how wide this shotgun pattern is. So just a couple of examples. What kind of relationships do we expect in the following situation? So age and years of a car and its price. Do we think that, the older that a car is does the age of a car have any indicator or any influence on the price of the car? Sure it does. So, the older the car is, how does that price look? Well, it's probably gonna be decreasing. So it's probably gonna be a negative correlation, a negative R value between the age of the car and the price of the car. Number of calories consumed per day and weight. So could there be a correlation between number of calories that somebody takes in and their weight? Well, obviously, if we're going off of a normal attitude and we're not dieting or we're not binging, I mean, obviously we can only absorb so many calories, we can only process so many calories per day. And that being said, with everything else being equal, it's probably going to have a direct relationship, a positive relationship with weight. Now, one thing that might be asked here, but is the number of calories and number of calories alone the only X involved in the end result Y, that being weight? Well, no. If we exercise during certain dates, if we have a certain activity level, if we have certain events going on, if we're stressed, if we're putting stress or we're putting impact upon our system, obviously that's going to be another X that would affect weight. You could theoretically keep the number of calories the same, but if you increase exercise, that's going to have a negative impact on weight. So again, while number of calories will have a positive correlation with weight, closer to 1, exercise will probably have a negative correlation to weight. And then height and IQ of a person. So does it really matter how tall we are to figure out how smart we are? We all know a lot of tall people that are very smart. We know a lot of short people that are very smart. We know a lot of tall people who make everyone else look good, and we know a lot of short people that make everyone else look good. So the correlation between height and IQ of a person, I would put forth that there's probably a 0 correlation there. Randy?
There's many, like I said, we talked about this earlier, especially now, there's a lot of people are trying to correlate things. TikTok is really good. Feel free to just watch a few of the videos where it's like, are rotund women more fun to hang out with? And they'll show slides. And of course, one has the impact of, you can always manipulate data in a way to make, if you're only looking at one variable, like Ken said, yeah, technically almost usually sort of kind of most of the time, if you eat a lot more and you exercise a lot less, chances are your weight will go up. Now, there's other things that come into play, but generally, usually, always that will happen. But there's always other variables that will come into play. When you're dealing with just one thing, it's very hard to get a very perfect line when other things come into play.
Very, very rarely will it be just one input that creates the output. So if you see that spread in the data that you're collecting, a lot of times what that is an indicator is that there are other inputs that are influencing the result. So again, as we said, number of calories consumed per day, all other things being equal, that would have a positive correlation. But the one example I could put forth here is what Michael Phelps, when he was training, he was eating 6,000 calories a day. If you or I did that, we would balloon. We go from a 32-inch waist to a 132-inch waist in a month. But because of the level of activity that he was doing, he was actually burnt. Again, another level of activity being another X, being another influencer, that had a negative correlation, and that far outweighed the amount of calories he was taking in for the day. So if we can get a 1-to-1, one input provides one output, that's nice. That's utopia. But in reality, there's generally multiple inputs, multiple X's that will yield that Y. So what we got to do is we got to find those key levers that make the biggest changes and the biggest shifts into that end state Y.
And Ken, we got a question.
Yes.
We had a question.
Sorry, this is why I get into trouble when I overthink an answer. But like you said, things should be simple, like try to stay focused, number of calories, linear relationship. But when I start thinking about age, activity, you know,
Yep.
what this person plays basketball, boxer versus me sitting in the office all day, you know, doing work. That's different. But number one, I would get it wrong because I don't think it's entirely linear one with the cars price. For example, as this some cars are antique, they become rarer, then they
Yep.
become much higher. So instead of a slope that's maybe 0.7 negative, then it goes up there, and at the end, really at the end, it starts to spike up like a vertical leap to it kind of thing. So I would get that wrong if you asked me that question. Just want to say
Well,
that.
but and to your point, sir, I mean, again, age would be one of the X's, but brand could be another X. I mean, we're a 1965 Mustang would be a high cost more than it was originally was. Maybe nobody's really that same cost is not going to be there for a 1965 Buick. So maybe brand, maybe model may have an issue as well. Yes. But to your point, yet, and we're saying the same thing here, is that don't yet very rarely is it just one. Is it 1X? There's usually 2, 3, 4, 7 different X's that could affect that end result. Yeah. Every car made in 1981 is not going to sell for the same price. It could be age of the car, it could be mileage of the car, it could be color of the car, brand of the car, etc. We could possibly see a correlation between color and price as well.
Or accidents if the car is in an accident.
Yep. Get the Carfax. Yep. So again, just another short exercise. Again, 2 variables that vary and decide which should be the independent and which should be the dependent value. So
Hi,
if we look at
Ken.
yes,
I
yes,
have
ma'am.
my hand. I have my
I'm
hand
sorry.
raised. At least I think I do.
Okay.
I wanted
Yes,
to
ma'am.
I wanted to comment on this discussion and offer an example that is extremely relevant to this group and at the moment in time. Many of us in the hospital are working on what's called social determinants of health and the impact that those have on patient clinical outcomes and other outcomes, social outcomes, et cetera. So I just wanted to make a relevant comment when we're doing, examining process and coming up with projects to improve in the hospital. Something like social determinants of health is an example here where we might be studying, how patients who need a kidney transplant and why that happens and different ways that we can improve upon eliminating the need for renal failure and so on. And we would be looking at social determinants of health, but there's multiple ones that impact the patient. And we would use this sort of regression or correlation analysis or regression analysis to try to identify which of the social determinants have more impact on the patient than another, or if one is more strongly correlated with renal failure than another, and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to offer an example of something that we are currently consumed with working on, and that relates back to healthcare and what we all are focusing on today. Thank you.
Awesome. Yes, ma'am. So I went to the dentist yesterday. I cracked a tooth. I had to go to the dentist yesterday. Just an example. And new dentist I went to, and what's the first thing you do? You do a health history. Why do they ask you about all those different things? Well, because all of those different questions, have you had this? Have you had surgeries? Have you had this issue, that issue? All of those are influencers on what the possible end state of how they treat or how they diagnose. So again, it's a number of different applications that we have to get to that why. Ideally, you'll have an R or an R squared of 1, which means that you have identified all of the variables and all of the influencers to get to that X. In reality, you're probably never going to see an R unless it's a direct linear, 2 apples for $1, 4 apples for $2. You're probably going to get an R squared of something less than 1. Obviously, if it's 90% or better, you're doing great. The higher that value is, the better it is. But it doesn't, just because you don't get to 1 doesn't mean that you don't have a good fit. It just means that there are other influencers out there that you haven't identified yet. If you, as a rule of thumb, if you have an R squared of 90.9 or better, what that says is that you've identified 90% of the influencers on that end result. That is a good correlation value to move forward with. So again, just one short exercise. If we're looking at X's and Y's, if we look at the size of an individual's vocabulary over their lifetime, again, what we're probably looking at is, lifetime being time. Time would be, as we increase time, we increase that vocabulary. The distance from the ceiling to the tip of the minute hand of the clock hung on the wall. Again, we have another time-related thing. Again, it's going to get farther away during the first half of the hour. It's going to get closer during the second half of the hour. Is that a linear relation? The reason why we have that example in here is that a linear relationship? No. It's going to be a negative relationship for half of the time, negative correlation for half the time, because it's going away from the wall as time goes on, from the ceiling, but it's going to be coming closer to the ceiling for the second half of the hour. So again, there are some times where you'll see a negative correlation and back to a positive correlation. That is for the R. But if we square that and go to R squared, we take away the difference in signs, and we see that we have a good close fit to it. So we want to be able to identify those X's that as we move that lever, it has a direct impact on the Y. We want to make sure that they're correlated, but we want to make sure that they're actually, it's not coincidental. We want to make sure we understand the difference between correlation and causation. And to do that, let me show you a short video here.
If you look at the stats alone, eating ice cream and murders in New York are positively correlated. This means that the more ice cream sold per person, the number of murders increases. Vanilla bean never seemed so scary, right? Before you stop eating ice cream sundaes to save innocent lives, think about it. Correlation as a statistic doesn't explain how or why the relationship between ice cream and murder exists. It simply shows that it does. Causation makes an even bolder assumption and says that a change in the number of chocolate cones sold will cause a change in the number of people who meet their unfortunate end. This is clearly a big leap. A well-designed experiment will rule out other factors that could be related. So you must ask yourself, what's another variable at play? It turns out that temperature was also correlated with both ice cream sales and murders because the numbers for both spike during the summer months. When it's warm outside, people simply get out of the house more. They're on summer break or vacation and want a cold, delicious treat. Kids hang out unsupervised more. It just so happens that the Freddy Kruegers of the world also get out more during the summer. Before you jump to a cause and effect relationship when a correlation is found, look at how the data was collected and consider other related factors. And go ahead, eat that pint of Rocky Road.
So the ice cream cone that you save may save a life. So again, we want to make sure that we understand that it's not coincidental. There's actually a correlation. There's a relationship between one event and the other. Why do murders go up? Murders go up and ice cream sales go up. They both go up because the temperature goes up, not because they're related to each other, but they both have an influencer. They both have a common influencer. So again, we want to make sure that we understand the difference between correlation and causation. We want to make sure that the values that we're looking at, the influences that we're looking at, actually do move the value of the desired value that we're looking at. So again, we're going from R to R squared now. We're looking at making sure that we have the points on the line as close as we can. We have that best fit solution. That being said, the easiest way to do that is if there's just one variable. If one variable is it, then we know that, again, 2 apples, $1, 4 apples, $2. It's a very simple equation. It's a linear equation. There are no other influencers, and we know that, again, all other things being equal, we block out everything else, and we know that this begets this. This begets that. So again, we want to make sure that we understand the regression models. We see relationships here: positive linear relationship, negative linear relationship. We talked about the slope of the line. Is it going up? Is it going down? Is increasing the influencer getting a a positive or a negative result on the y, on the resultant. That would be for your r. That would show you, that would give you the slope of those lines. We see in the upper right, there's a relationship there that the dots are very, very close to the line, but it's not a straight line. It's an inverse exponential line there. Or is there just no relationship at all? Is one not, does the x's that we're looking at have absolutely nothing to do with the y? That's important to know as well, because we know that whatever we do to that x is going to have no impact. So we can disregard that for now, and we can look at other things. It's good to know. It's good to know what doesn't have an influence as much as it's important to know what does have an influence. For those of us who are big on the math, again, there's going to be, what we're going to see is you have that linear equation, and that equation for that line that best fits your data points. And the big thing to take away here is, as everything is not going to be, if there are other outside influences that we're not seeing, there's going to be a random error out there. Again, not everything is perfect. If there are some, if there is some scatter to the designs, we're going to see it in our residuals, our epsilon here, and that is the degree, that is the distance that your observed value is off of that best fit line. Big thing, again, the big thing we just want to stress here is that ideally we want to get that line, we want to get that formula for y to be as tight as we can. We want all of those points that we observe, all those observations that we have, ideally we want them all on the line. But in reality, there's going to be some error. There's going to be some randomness out there. Again, normal distributions, etc. And we're going to see that, all of our numbers, all of our observations are not going to fit precisely exactly on the line. That's okay. We just, but we just want to make sure this is mathematically showing us that, yes, it's out there. Yes, we understand that they're not on the line, and we're willing to accept that level of precision. So again, this is the actual regression model. This is a very simple, basic linear regression model. Y equals mx plus b, as we learned in algebra. I mean, it's just that we're looking at, if we understand the slope of the line, if we understand for any given value x, we're going to get a resultant value y. Looking at our scatter plot for exam scores again, we see that we can actually, even though it's a shotgun blast and it's a little bit of a cloud up there, with all of the errors of all of those, with all the errors involved, the minimization of errors involved, we can see that line there is the best line that we can put together to correlate and to show the relationship between the scores of exam 1 with the scores of exam 2. So again, how do we get there? Well, some values are going to be above the line, some values are going to be below the line. The delta between your observed value and the projected value can be, the delta can be positive or negative. Well, you know what? If you have something that's 1 unit above the line and 1 unit below the line, if you just look at them individually, what's going to happen is they're going to cancel each other out. So you could possibly get the equation of a best line, but you have two things that are very disparate and very off the line. The way we overcome that is by doing the mathematical manipulation of squaring those residuals. By squaring a number, what happens is you take the positive and negative values away, and they're all positive values. So that being said, what we do is, if we take the least square criteria, the line that best fits has the lowest value of the squares of all the criteria. So if you just, for instance, if you took 2 data points and one was +1 off of your anticipated value and one was -1 off the anticipated value, if you added those together individually as those values, 1 plus a -1 equals a 0. But these numbers are way off the line. But if you squared those two, and 1 squared is 1, -1 squared is 1. All of a sudden, that delta, that randomness, those residuals aren't 0. They don't cancel each other out. they become cumulative. And instead of being 0, it's now 2. So what we want to do is the best fit of a line to the data points has the lowest cumulative value of the squares of all those deltas, if that makes sense. And that's as deep as I really want to go with the math for this. But basically what you're doing is you're doing a mathematical manipulation of, you're not looking at if it's above or below, you're disregarding that. You're looking at the actual value between the two. Whether you want to take you could take absolute value if you want, but the easiest way to do it through the mathematical manipulation is just to square them all. And by doing that, the value of the smallest value of the squares of all those residuals will give you a quantitative value for how good that line fits to your data. And that's where we come with the least squares equation. Does anybody have any questions on correlation and regression? We want to have a line, a relationship that's as close to our observed data as possible. We know that there's going to be variation. We know there's going to be some degree of randomness out there. We want to be able to, what we're doing here with linear regression, with regression formulas, is we want to make sure that the line that we predict, the formula that we give, fits the points that we have as closely as possible. So does anybody have any questions on regression or correlation right now? I'm just going to go through this. This is basically everything that we just talked about. And then again, the R values, like we said, positive is if X gets bigger, Y gets bigger. If R is negative, if X gets bigger, Y gets less. The way we overcome those differences, plus and minus, is we square it. So that being said, your R value will have a value between -1 and 1. Now that we go to R squared, the range of R squared is now between 0 and 1. That being said, the higher the R squared value is, the closer it is to 1, the better the line fits to the data that you're observing. The closer it is to 0, the less accurate, the lower precision that we have, between the observed value and the line that we're fitting to. So R squared values, the ones on the left have a very, very high R and R squared of 1. Now you notice one's a negative and one's a positive. One's going down, one's going up. Doesn't matter for R squared because the values are all by squaring them all, they all go to an absolute value. They all go to a positive value. Those two incidence examples you see on the right column, they have a much lower R squared value. Again, doesn't matter if it's plus or minus, if the slope's going up or down, but the fact that we're looking at the disparity between the points themselves and the best fit line. And then if R squared has a value of 0, there's no linear relationship between the input that you're looking at and the desired output. So if we have an R squared value of 0, we probably want to table that input value for now and look for those levers that actually make a difference for the result. So that is correlation and regression in a nutshell. We want to get the best fit line. We want to get the best equation for our data as we can, because once we can get that equation together, so for instance, the linear equation of 2 apples for $1. Now you know that, whether I buy 2 apples or 200 apples or 2,000 apples, you know how much the price is going to be because we've identified that one key input variable X. We want to get 2x equals 1. 2x equals y. As long as we understand that equation, then we can start manipulating and start influencing the input variables to get the best results we can for our projects and for our desired result. Randy?
Well, and like you always see the price of apples, but what if there's a sale on Tuesday where buy 3 apples get 1 free? That would be another variable that happens only on Tuesday. to throw in. So there's always that until the extra pops on in.
Cool. So we've been going for a little bit over an hour. Does anybody have any other questions? Hopefully this is resonating. Hopefully there's a correlation between the time we're putting into this and the retention that we have. If there are no other questions, let's take a short break. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 20 after 11:20, and we'll talk about cause and effect. Okay? So we'll see you all at 20 after. Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good break. So let's shift off of correlation for a second, and let's look at cause and effect. Remember, we talked about we want to make sure that the influences that we're looking at, that the X's that we're looking at, actually have a relationship with the Y. One of the ways that we make sure that it's not coincidental, that it's actually and one begets two, is we actually look at cause and effect analysis. So we'll talk about this. We'll do a hard stop at noon for lunch because I know we've got a couple of commitments. Folks have a couple of commitments in other places. But we'll go through this as much as we can, and then we'll take a break and come back to it. But cause and effect analysis, what we're doing here is we're looking at a matrix. We're looking at how do things actually influence the output? How, what not only what influences the output, but what incidents, what events have stronger relationships than others? Which ones have a very direct and are important for us to look at versus some things that may be ancillary or secondary? So again, we'll talk about cause and effect analysis. And again, what we'll do is we'll provide a good template on how to create a cause and effect analysis. And what we're actually going to do in this block is we'll actually walk through the production of a cause and effect analysis. But as we always do, let's start with a short video.
A common challenge for improvement teams is identifying what changes you can test to improve a process or problem. One great method to help you break down ideas is a tool known as a cause and effect diagram. You may have also heard of this tool referred to as an Ishikawa diagram, attributed to its creator, Kuru Ishikawa, or a fishbone diagram because of the resemblance to the bones of a fish. To create a cause and effect diagram, write the effect in a box on the right-hand side of the page. So let's imagine we're working on improving hand washing. All right, then draw a horizontal line across the page. Decide on a few categories or causes for the problem. Useful categories of causes in a classic fishbone diagram include people, methods, materials, equipment, and environment. Then we can draw a diagonal line to each of these, and these are actually the bones of the fish, and hence its name. The process of categorizing potential causes may be very useful to help you to break down a complex problem and focus in on it from various perspectives. So as you're looking at each of the categories, you want to generate a list of causes. In this example, people might include clinical staff, right? It also might include non-clinical staff. I'll just put them as just other staff. It might include the methods. How do you actually wash your hands? So I'll say wash process. It could be the materials. Are you using the right kind of soap, or is it dry out your hands? So we'll think about the soap. It could be the equipment, like the dispenser. Is it an easy dispenser to use? Does it give you the right amount? Or maybe it's the environment. Where is the dispenser location? Is it near the process of care? Identify the causes by asking why with people that are closest to the process until you've reached a useful level of detail. That is when the cause is specific enough to be able to test a change and to measure its effects. Sometimes I like to describe this for folks that have children as the 5-year-old method. If you ever had a kid, they ask you why 5 times constantly until they get to the root of the problem. And you're doing the same thing here.
So again, we'll talk about this when we go to root cause as well, but the 5 whys is a very, very powerful way of getting to the root cause. Why do we want to get to the root cause? As we'll mention during RCA, because we don't want to cure the symptoms, we want to cure the disease. If we spend the effort and the time on curing the disease, then we cure all the symptoms, as opposed to just covering up things superficially. So when we talk about cause and effect, again, we want to make sure that we understand what those X's are, what those inputs are that actually have an influence and an impact and an effect on the results. So whether it's something that's happened, what always we want to ask, why did it happen? Why did the train go off the rails? Why did this happen? Why did this event occur? We're looking at those causes, and hopefully we get to the root cause to fix that. Also, as we'll talk a little bit about tomorrow, to do a teaser for tomorrow, we don't just want to fight fires. We don't just want to look at things that have happened. Ideally, we want to avoid those bad situations before they happen. And one of the ways that we can avoid those bad situations before they happen is by going through a FMEA, a failure mode effects and analysis exercise. And what happens is we're actually looking at an event, and we're trying to figure out before the bridge collapses, we want to figure out why the bridge is going to collapse. And we're going to buttress up the bridge as best we can so that bad event doesn't happen. So it's putting those precautions in place so that we don't have to react to something. We're actually being proactive on something. So cause and effect, we're obviously going to do it. If a bad situation happens, we do the safety stand down. We bring everybody together. Okay, what happened? Okay, we're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. But ideally, we want to be able to look at something. Well, when we're going to this new event, what could possibly go wrong, and how can we prevent that? So again, two different types: reactive cause and effect, problems already happened; proactive FMEA, we'll talk more about tomorrow, to make sure that we put those precautions in place so we don't have to have loss of life, loss of limb, loss of eyesight before we put the preventive measures in place. So again, we're looking at the problem that's occurred. First thing we're going to do is, we're going to see those effects. We're going to see the effects of a shortcoming or a bad situation. And then immediately what we're going to do is, what caused that situation? But by doing that, again, because the problem's already occurred, we're being in a reactive mode. We want this loop to be as short as possible. And ideally, we want to look at the possible causes for a negative result to happen before it actually happens itself. So a cause and effect matrix, the two key tools in a cause and effect events. One is the Ishikawa, the fishbone diagram, as the individual mentioned, and that's looking at everything and cycling it down to manpower, machine, environment, etc. The other one is looking at a cause and effect matrix, and actually looking at all the possible inputs, looking at the outputs, and understand, by looking at them and trying to build a relationship between them, we can then identify which items we want to focus our limited attention upon to get the most return on our investment. We'll start working on the matrix, and then we'll close this block with the fishbone diagram. So again, the matrix, what happens is you actually list all the steps, and then we'll list all the steps, and we'll list all the influencers that we know of. And then what happens is we'll actually put a level of concern, a level of effort, a level of priority between all of those inputs and those individual steps. As we mentioned earlier, with the correlation on the lines, some items may be higher, some items may be lower. We don't want them to cancel each other out. We want to make sure that we understand those disparities. At the same time, when we look at a cause and effect relationship, cause and effect matrix, there are some things that may happen that may skew our results one way, but then again, they get canceled out by an influence with a later step in the process. What we want to do is, instead of having that meandering path going left and right, we want to keep it as simple as possible, and if at all possible, keep it in a linear way. So what this does is it actually helps us identify if certain things will influence it to one way or the other, and can we minimize that overall disparity? Randy?
Well, how many times I'm sure many of the doctors always say, stop using Dr. Google. And that is because if you do, it's like, my wrist hurts. Okay, carpal tunnel. That's it. Because this is the effect, that is the cause. Well, there's many other different things that can cause it. And that's why doctors hate that, because you just went in and that is one of the things that could cause that would be carpal tunnel. But there's many other, did you sleep wrong on it? Did you do the wrong exercise? So there's a lot of different causes that could have that effect. And that's why I know my doctor always, when every time, you didn't go to Dr. Google, did you? I say, yes, I did. But that's the fine example where you just see one thing, that's it. And of course it's not usually.
The other thing is that understand that as we're looking at our projects, or as we're looking through a process, as we saw with the process mapping for the emergency room, generally the item that you're looking at is not a standalone exclusive event. As we see with the SIPOC, everyone has a supplier, everyone has something feeding information to them, and you are providing a product to somebody else. You are a supplier to somebody else. That being said, what happens is when we use the cause and effect matrix, what that looks at is, since you're looking at all the process steps, you don't want to fix one step in the whole process at the expense of another 1, 2, or 3 steps in the process, either upstream or downstream. What this helps us identify is it gives visibility to any influences or any stressors that we may be receiving or producing for somebody else. And again, ideally, we want to minimize that variation. We want to minimize that pain throughout the entire process. We don't want to just make one piece of the event ideal and perfect at the expense of everything else. So one of the ways we use this, we talked about the QFD, the quality function deployment, the house of quality, last month a little bit. What we're looking at here is we're looking at understanding and scoring the importance of the influencers upon the resultant value. We're looking at trying to identify all of those ideas, all of those concepts, all of those inputs upon the process itself. And actually, the key to this, the money line here is, by putting the cause and effects matrix together, this is our first attempt of determining what that equation, that correlation equation is between the result and the inputs. How can we use this? A number of different ways. How many times have we seen if we want to get a certain result, well, we need to do this. If we want to get things a certain way, we need to make A, B, and C happen. So again, cause and effect relationships, we want to minimize the noise. We want to minimize those distractors as much as possible, so that we get the process as efficient and we get all actions to be relevant to the end state. If it's not relevant to the end state, it's waste. And we'll talk about that at the end of the day today. The other thing is, it helps identify those key customer requirements. It helps us understand what the end customer is looking for. By looking at all the steps and looking at everything that we have, we understand what the end customer values, and we understand how each of these inputs that we have can influence it. This is where there's a little bit more art than science, as we'll see here, and we'll also see in the FMEAs. What happens is this is while we want to standardize as much as possible, there's a little bit of leeway here. There's a little bit of subjectivity here, but we're scoring the priorities of the portions or the inputs through a personal opinion scale of 1 to 10. But we'll talk about how we can quantify that and standardize that as much as we can as well. Randy?
I always think of this as when you call for a computer support, and the first thing they'll say, hey, Ken, thanks for calling. Is your computer on? Is your computer plugged in? And they're going down this check sheet so they can narrow it down to what is causing this not to work. is they're going check by check by check by check by check, and then getting to the point, it's like, okay, well, this is this, but they want to get rid of those 15 things that really don't have anything to do with it to try and narrow down to what exactly is the problem, why Ken's monitor is not working.
So again, we put a priority between 1 and 10. Now, with the FMEAs, there actually are definitions of the scales of a 1 means this, a 5 means this, a 7 means this. With a cause and effect matrix, this is a lot softer. It's a lot simpler. It's a lot less. There's a lot less stringency with a cause and effect matrix. Again, this is your first attempt at trying to figure out what these relationships are. So that being said, normally what we'll do is if we'll take that scale of 1 to 10 and we'll break it, we'll simplify it. If we know that there's no correlation between two things, we just put it down as a 0. We don't even include it. If there's a strong correlation, we'll usually normally rate it as a 9. If there's a very, very slight correlation, it's a 1. And a moderate correlation, you think, well, we'll just make it a 5. Well, the thing is, we really want to focus on those things with as strong a correlation as possible. So that being said, normally what we'll do is with a moderate correlation, you'll give it a 3 or a 4 because, yeah, it's important, but it's not as important as these other things. We want to weight. Again, we narrow it down to three basic values, but we want to make sure that those things with a strong correlation, with a strong influence, that we give it a little bit more weight. So normally, usually, generally, and in the examples that you'll see that we're presenting, 1 is a slight, 9 is very, very strong. Some people use a 3, some people use a 4. The 2 examples that we have, 1 uses a 3, 1 uses a 4, but it weights the strong correlation. It overly weights the strong correlations so that those things that we need to focus on, those things that have the greatest impact on the process, pop out and we see what we need to go to. Randy?
It is like when I would look at, I can't even remember when I used this last, but you would see your car mechanic. They go through the checklist. This. Car doesn't do this. This. They do this. Well, it's a battery. Long story short was when they went through and they looked at everything. Well, was it the starter? Was it this? Was that? No, it was. Or this was this. The battery. The battery was the 9. It was the weakest thing. Was it completely dead? No. Wasn't having an impact? Yes. That's what they chose to replace. But they did a real quick check about 5 different things. And it was like, okay, the strongest one. They replaced the battery, and guess what? It was right.
So again, usually, generally, it's a scale of 1 to 10. To simplify it and to give a little bit added strength to those things that we see a strong correlation, we weight the values, we simplify the values, the 3 key values, 1 to 9, and the moderate stuff. It's nice, but we'll get to it later. With having these weights like this, what happens is this helps us see those things that we need to pay attention to right now. Those critical events pop a lot easier this way. So we're talking about all these things, the way we do these things. This is just a couple of examples of what the cause and effect matrices look like. That's nice. That's mildly entertaining, Ken, but how do I use this thing? I'm glad you asked. So if we use a cause and effect matrix, again, 6 simple steps. What we're doing is we're looking at those outputs, we're looking at those Ys, we're looking at ranking those outputs with respect to what the customer wants. Then we're listing those key influencers, those key inputs. We relate the X's to the Y's, we relate the inputs to the outputs. We put those values in place, we cross multiply, and then what happens is we see those things that if we influence those or shift those or adjust those, they have the largest influence, they have the largest effect on the output. So if we were to construct a cause and effect matrix, we'd start off, again, just using one of the examples here. What the first thing we do is we list the key Ys, we list the key results, the outputs. We're looking at the points here, and so we're looking at, all the different outputs that we would see. And we would list them right across the line. And any possible output that we have, we want to list them. We want to list them across in a horizontal manner. Then, as we list all the outputs, what's important to the customer? Well, they want on-time delivery. So on-time delivery is important. Cost is secondary. So if they want same-day delivery and they don't care about what the price is, we understand this is where we would rank on time as a 10 or as a high point or a 9, and price being a 1 or a 3. Not as important to them. So this is where we look at all these outputs and we rank them. What is most important to the customer? That being said, now we look at all the inputs. Well, what are all the things? Who are all the groups? Who are all the people? Who are all of the departments and teams and processes and machines that touch that are contributors to that output? As far, I'll do a sports analogy for a second. Or, if we want to move if the goal is, the why is to get a first down, all of those, all of those inputs to it would be all 11 guys on the field. The quarterback, the tackle, the guard, the tight end, the wide receiver, the running back. They could be all the inputs that we have on the vertical axis here. Obviously, there are certain pieces and parts that would be more important than others, depending on what the output would be. If it was a running play, the running backs would be more important than the quarterback. If it was a passing play, the quarterback would be more important than the running back. But again, we want to look at all of those inputs, all of those pieces, all of those parts that produce those outputs. If we were doing, so I had my tooth work done yesterday. I had, all of the inputs that were there were the dentist. It was the assistant that was in, it was the PA or the prep person who was in there with them assisting the dentist, but it was also the clerks up front, the admin up front. It was everybody who was part of the end state of me having my tooth serviced. If we're doing an operation, it's everybody who's in the room, the anesthesiologist, the surgeon, the nurses, et cetera, all the pieces and parts that are part of making that end state. So we list all of those X's there. And then what's the relationship between those inputs or all those pieces and the outputs? So as I mentioned with the football analogy, for a running play, if the output is yards on the ground, then the running back, because he's the one running the ball, he would be probably the most important person for that input. The quality that running back will be one of the key inputs, very, very strong correlation to the output. If it was a passing play, the quarterback would be much higher in regard. The offensive line would be in much higher regard than the running back. So again, what we do is we list all the outputs, all the potential Ys, we list, all the inputs, and then we decidedly look at them and we give them the 1, 3, or 9 value of what is most, how they relate and what's most important there. And then what we're looking at, again, we're looking at those. So what happens is we cross multiply and we add. We take all those values that we put in place, and then we add them all together, and we get a sum at the end. We get the column all the way to the right. Those items which have the highest values there. So for instance, in this example, the first one, which has a value of 348, whichever values have the highest, whatever items in that far right column have the highest value, those are the items that we want to focus on first, because those have the greatest influence on the end state, which is why we overweight high correlations. We give a greater weight to high correlation versus no correlation. By putting everything together, by multiplying and adding all those numbers, what happens is we understand we now have a prioritized hit list of what items we want to work on first, then next. So all we do is we focus on those items with the highest value, and then we attack that, we approach that, And that will have the greatest influence upon by putting the effort there, that has the greatest influence upon creating a better state that we desire. Randy?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get someone back into the meeting. They fell off and I'm trying to get them back in. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So again, this is a simplified way of how we look at, we understand that there's a number of things that influence the end state. We want to focus, this helps us quantify what we want to attack first, what we want to approach first, because this shows us which things from our perspective have the greatest influence upon creating the best results for us. Does anybody have any questions on this? Okay. So we use these in these next couple of slides, we use these in SOPs. It's not uncommon for us to integrate this into our SOPs, into our processes, into our documentation of when we look at things, when events happen, we want to identify what is the key player, what is the key reason that something has not occurred as we've desired it to. So that being said, I've got a short example here. I think we'll do this example and then we'll break for lunch. So again, we have a short example here of serving coffee at a truck stop. So we're going to use this. We're going to use this example both today and tomorrow to just sort of kind of drive a couple of points on that we have. So again, with this simple example exercise of how do we improve customer satisfaction with truck stop coffee. When we'll go to a coffee shop, we'll go to a truck stop or a Waffle House, a Dunks. How do we make sure that we're able to give the customer the best cup of coffee they want? So one of the first things we do, again, we put the process map together, because again, every project has a process map. So what happens is we actually have spelled out all of the inputs and the outputs and all of the steps that are going through from the very, very beginning of just getting the hot water and making sure that the carafe is clean, to actually getting the customer served and making the customer happy with the cup of coffee he has. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 steps that we have here of what the wait staff has to do, what the restaurant has to do in order to give the customer a cup of coffee that they're satisfied with. So again, we see all the inputs, all the outputs, all the steps that we go through. These are important for us as we put them together in our cause and effect matrix. So we want to make sure that we make sure that we're focusing on the right things. Is the water being a certain temperature the most important thing? Is the carafe or the coffee pot being clean the most important thing? Everything is important in the whole process, but we want to make sure that we focus on the things that we can influence the most to get the most result out of it. So again, we're gonna limit the example to 3 outputs. We want to make sure that friendliness, accuracy, speed of service, etc. We want to make sure that the customer is as happy as we can. Are there a number of other inputs that we can have? Absolutely, but for the sake of this example, we'll limit this here. Yes. Okay. So for our example here, the key outputs that we'll see for serving a good cup of coffee at Dunks or at the truck stop or what have you is the temperature of the coffee, the taste of the coffee, and the strength of the coffee. There can be other process outputs, but for the sake of this example, we're going to focus on, we understand that these are the 3 key events that the customer values that we want to focus on. So how much does the customer value these outputs? So what we do is we're going to rate these. We're going to give these priorities. The most important thing to the customer, strength and temperature of the coffee are important, the most important thing for the customer is taste. They want to make sure that taste is the most important thing. So the highest value that we give in this event is taste. The second most important is the temperature, and finally the strength. They're all important, but the most important is taste. So that's important for us to remember here. So we got the key outputs, and then we figure out how important all these key outputs are. So that takes care of the whys. That takes care of the outputs. Let's look at the inputs now. So what we'll do is we'll list all of the steps, all of the inputs, all of the pieces and the parts that contribute to that output. So if I go back to our value stream map, all of these steps here in the blue are listed out as inputs. They're all listed down here, down the side, from cleaning the carafe to saying thank you after they're served. We list all of those inputs. So we've got the 3 key outputs that the customer wants. We've got all of the steps in the process from the value stream map, from the process map of what it takes to get to that output. And then what happens is we're gonna process the correlation scores. We're going to do that 1, 3, and 9, or 0 if there's no correlation. And what we're going to do is we're going to say, the clean carafe, the first example, does a clean carafe have an influence on the temperature of the coffee? Well, no, it really doesn't. So we'll leave it blank, or we'll put a 0 in there. Does a clean carafe have an influence on the taste of the coffee? Well, yeah, it's got a little bit of a relation to it. There's some relation there. So we'll put a 3 in that case. Now, and then finally, for the third column, does a clean carafe have an influence on the strength of the coffee? Well, if it's a dirty carafe, there may be some funk in there that may have influence on the strength. So there may be a slight correlation. So we'll put a 1 there. But again, in this example here, we see 1, 3s or 9s, and we look at each of the inputs individually, and then we take those, and then we look at each of those inputs, and we figure out how strong that correlation is to that output. And then what we'll do is we'll take the priorities that we have along the top here, we'll multiply them by the correlation factors here, and then we'll add the columns across to get to the final process output importance. So we see the correlations here, we multiply this correlation with the value here, and then we'll add each of these values across the row to get to the final number there. And then what happens is, by doing that, we then see which ones are the higher values, and we see that filling the carafe with water or putting the coffee in the filter, or how much coffee we put in the filter, are 2 of the higher values that we see that if we adjust those or manipulate those, they will have the greatest influence upon the outputs. So we'll focus on those. We would probably focus on those 2 events first. So just taking those numbers and shifting it over to a Pareto, we see how filling the carafe with, like I mentioned, filling the carafe with water and putting coffee in the filter, how much coffee we put in the filter, those are the first 2 values we have here. When we deal with a Pareto chart, we always want to, what we're looking at is we're looking for the highest values here, because the highest values here mean that they have the greatest influence upon the results. There's an old Japanese saying, the raised nail gets hammered. So if we're bringing a hammer down of process improvement upon all of these influencers, the first nail that the hammer is going to hit is the highest one. It's going to fill the carafe with water and put coffee in the filter. If we work on these 2 things alone, we're going to have, if we fix these 2 things alone and we bring them to a less importance or more control, we have the greatest influence of maximizing return there as possible. So again, putting coffee in the filter, filling the carafe with water. Again, the selecting the temperature setting and offering cream, they're also large as well. But we would focus on if we wanted to invoke the maximum amount of improvement of good to the process, we want to focus on those things that we have the greatest influence upon, which would be those highest things that we see on a Pareto, which were created by prioritizing the inputs and the outputs and working through them to see which ones have the greatest influence. Randy?
And by doing this, the things such as the color of the carafe, pouring hot water instead of cold water into the coffee thing, you'll look at those and realize 0, 0, 0, almost 0, and then you can focus on these 4 things. And then from these 4 things, I think what the one with the most was, I think what fill the carafe with water was the highest.
Yep.
And so if you just hit that one, thumbs up. I mean, and if you get to the second one, even better. I mean, those 2 things, like Ken said, that brings you to a corrective action that's very good, as opposed to, working on, because honestly, yeah, the cream and sugar is cool. But I don't know if you're like Ken, I don't like cream and sugar, so I'm fine with just coffee. So for me, that would have absolutely no input, but the first 2 definitely would.
So I mean, there was something in there like Randy said, like the color of the carafe. It has no correlation. So why would we spend time on buying a black carafe versus a red carafe versus a white carafe? It doesn't have any influence on the taste of the coffee. So that being said, let's not even consider that. Let's focus on those things. None of us have spare time, as we all know. So that being said, the time that we spend on these items, we want to make sure it's relevant and it has the maximum influence and maximum impact. This is one of those ways to make sure that what you're doing has relevancy, has meaning, and can create the greatest result. That being said, all of these pieces and parts stitch together. They all mesh together. And we talked about the cause and effect matrix. We talked about the cause and effect matrix just now. That feeds and that works with a lot of other tools as well. It works with your FMEA. Your FMEA, as we'll talk about tomorrow, is how to be preventive and how to avoid challenges and mistakes and shortcomings. The cause and effect matrix can help show us what things we want to focus on to make sure that we don't have to keep fighting a new fire every day. This helps us take that cause and effects matrix and helps us be not only reactive, but proactive as well. The cause and effect matrix also helps focus the control plan summary. We want to make sure that our processes and procedures are wired tight and are clearly understood and easily enforced. And by focusing on those items that have a high value in the cause and effect matrix, that makes sure that what happens is we focus our attentions on making sure that those control plans, those procedures are written clearly, concisely, and easily understood and enforced. Also, at the same time, we're looking at that capability summary. How well does this process work? Where are there shortcomings? Well, those shortcomings in capability may become more evident by the risk that we're identifying in the cause and effect matrix. So again, all of these things stitched together to help us understand of what we're working on makes, if we only have so much time and so much effort to devote to making something better, we want to make sure that we spend that limited time, those limited resources on getting the most result as we can, getting the maximum return on investment, getting the most bang for a buck, making sure that we're not just changing the window dressing, we're actually making a wholesale change for the good. Randy?
And Ken said this way back when the first classes we had, you use a coffee example. The first thing I would do if it was just about coffee, I would go down to Starbucks and say, hey, listen, you make a good cup of coffee. What is it that you do? It's like, oh, we use Starbucks blend. Oh, I use a dollar store coffee. bing, bing, bing. So that cut a lot of stuff out. I mean, so always, don't, like Ken was saying, don't go with the green decanter when you could walk across the street also and say, hey, listen, you've got a damn good cup of coffee. How do I get one? And then Ken will say, hey, you know what I do is I use A, B, and C. And then you could start right there. And then that will even streamline it a little bit more. Use the competition, if you will.
And that ties very well into the benchmarking that we'll talk about tomorrow as well. We don't have to have the right answer, but if we understand those big levers to pull, what we can do is we can go to our peers, we can go to our partners and ask them how do they do those things, because we don't want to be a nuisance to them. We don't want to hit them up on everything. We want advice on best practices on the big things, not the little things. We want to they're only going to have so much patience with us. So we want to make sure that when we ask them the questions, when you get the wishes from the genie, you wish for the three biggest things. You don't wish for a changing of the drapes or changing of the curtains. So again, this helps us focus our attentions, our limited attentions, need personnel and resources on those things that make the best impact. This quantifies it, and this puts it in a quantifiable manner. So that being said, what questions do you have on a cause and effect matrix at this time? Let's do this then. Let's break for lunch. Let's do it. Let's reconvene at 1:00. Now that we've talked about the matrix, let me show you package just a little bit differently, and we'll pick up with the fishbone diagrams with the Ishikawas after lunch. So I wish you all bon appetit. I wish you all a great lunch. Let's reconvene at 1:00, and I will also put out the link for the feedback survey during lunch as well.
And Ken, there was one quick question
Yes.
from Adriana. Was wondering what happens if you miss a variable.
So it's very likely that you can miss a variable, or other variables will emerge as we go through this. So again, what we're doing is we're making, just like we did with the Lego example, we make the best decisions that we can with the information that we have. If we're not getting as much of a result out of these things, again, we talked about the correlation and all that, we always want to keep an eye out for other things that we didn't notice as we go through the process. But this is prioritizing all of the inputs that we have knowledge of. If we find new inputs that are out there, what will happen is we can put it in, and you can either try to fit it in with its relative values as well. And what happens is you add it, you multiply and add and put it all together. And what happens is that then you can put that into the priority list as well. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Okay. So bon appetit. I'll see you all at 1:00, and we'll talk after lunch. We'll talk about fish bones. All right. Y'all take care now.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a great lunch. FYI, I graded the quizzes. The average grade was a 74. I'll send out the individual results, everyone, this evening. I also sent out the link on the chat and also via email for the daily feedback survey. And I also I thought I sent out the questions for the mid-course check on learning. Kevin, thank you for the update. Thank you for the catch. I actually sent out the blank questions there. I'll send out the quiz questions out tonight with the results as well. So my apologies about that. That being said, any questions about what we've talked about so far, what we've covered so far? Talking about correlation, understanding our dependent variables, our independent variables, the influences versus the resultants, and also talking about cause and effect relationships. Randy, anything to add?
No, pretty much like what that's a lie. I always look at it with the cause and effect of it's always great if it's one thing, and it's usually almost always not just one thing. That's something to keep in mind. Especially, I'm notorious for this. I always go into the, oh, that's what's wrong with my car. Oh, that's what's wrong with my dishwasher. In reality, it really probably isn't. Most of the time, it's not. It's something totally different causing what I thought it was. And that's I always tell people to be aware of what might seem like the glaring obvious thing might just be a culmination of a lot of things.
One of the pitfalls, one of the inherent pitfalls with the DMAIC process is people rush to solve. People will rush to the solution, and it's if they're right, that's great. However, what we find is more times than not, we'll rush to the wrong solution. It's well worth to take our time to exercise some tactical patience and go through the foundational learning, go through the steps to make sure that when we do execute a solution, it's the right solution. So again, improve is the 4th out of 5 steps. We really, it's well worth your time, and it's well worth your effort to go through, define, measure, and analyze before we start implementing a solution. So because many times what happens is if you rush to improve, we wind up fixing either the wrong thing or we fix something that's irrelevant. So that being said, again, there's a lot to be said about going through and doing our due diligence and making sure that what we're looking at and what we're addressing is the right thing. None of us have spare time on our hands to fight unnecessary fires, and none of us want to continue to fight fires every day, each day, every day. So if we could find out what the right thing is to put our attentions on and actually have an influence and have an impact, it's well worth our time, and it's much more rewarding to do that. That being said, so again, we talked about correlation, regression. We talked a little bit about the cause and effect matrix. What I'd like to do is let's shift to the cause and effect diagram, the fishbone diagram. So as the gentleman mentioned in the opening video, the fishbone diagram is basically taking your issue, taking your shortcoming, as you see on the right side there, and basically deconstructing it or breaking it down, distilling it to what those causes are that result in that state, that undesired state. Fishbone diagram, Ishikawa diagram, as you see, it has the offshoots that come off of the main spine like a fishbone, but as you also see, it has offshoots coming off of each of those ribs as well. So you can break down your causes. Again, your effect is the white box, the problem or the desired improvement. Your causes all fall back into the different ribs off of the spine, and then from those different ribs, you can actually break it down even further to other subtext or other subtitles of what is causing that. It's not uncommon to go not just 2, 3, even 4 or 5 subdivisions down to figure out why something is a certain way. And again, the manifestation of that is the 5 whys, the root cause analysis. But again, what we're looking at is the fishbone diagram of organizing things in such a way that we're focusing on a certain area. We're focusing on a certain type of issue that has the greatest influence or the greatest impact upon the process as a whole. Randy?
I was just thinking, I'm going off a tangent here. Hollywood does this. I was just reading something where Hollywood's a machine wants money. What does Hollywood do? They have focus groups. We want to make money. Why didn't this make money? Why was Morbius a flop? It was because this. Okay, we add this. Will this correct this? And like I said, I was just reading one of the trade papers over lunch where the breakdown, believe it or not, they consider Avatar 2 a money loss. 20th Century Fox does not feel that movie has delivered. And so now 20th Century Fox, I guarantee you, is doing this because 3 and 4 are on its way. We're going to be seeing a lot of blue people in the future. But if you think on a $250 million budget, they're not doing this, I assure you there is the next one they want to make, I don't know, 3 billion. I don't know how much they want to make, but they're going to have that number down there and they're going to have this diagram going, okay, what happened? What went wrong? We got here, we needed to get here. And they're going to be doing this diagram also. So it's not just exclusively for a certain area. Many other industries use it. I think every industry uses it.
So why is it called a fishbone diagram? It's called a fishbone diagram because of the way it looks. Why is it called an Ishikawa diagram? Probably because of the good Dr. Ishikawa. He's the gentleman who actually brought it to fame, brought it to the mainstream. Japanese statistician. He actually pioneered this style of mindset, this style of thought process to bring up the cause and effect process. So why do we want to use? Why do we want to use it?
That's a different thing. This is different.
I'm sorry. Okay. So why do we want to use the fishbone diagram? Again, it's another way to collect our thoughts and to collect our ideas into a certain pattern. When we break down the fishbone diagram, what we'll see is we break it down according to a number of key methods. We do measurement, method, machine, materials, man, and environment. 5 M's and E. So what we can do is that we can generally when we look at an issue, when we look at a shortcoming, the very first division of labor, the very first division of issues can be broken down according to what will normally fit into one of those 5 criteria. But again, it's by being able to look at things in this way, in this manner, through this lens, that not only do we see some obvious causes, but when we start looking through this lens, we also see some not so obvious. However, when we look at it through this perspective, we see a lot of aha moments of, well, wait a minute, well, what about this? Well, what about that? So again, it's a very effective way of training your thought process to look through certain lenses of an issue that you normally wouldn't do. So as a gentleman mentioned in the video, we start with the issue at hand, put that in the right side, and then what we'll do is we'll draw the first set of the fishbone with the 5 ribs: machines, materials, methods, manpower, measurement, and environment. And what we do is we just brainstorm. There are no wrong answers. Some are just more entertaining than others, but we look at possible reasons of why that shortcoming is in place. And then by looking through these 6 different lenses, we're able to go look at the things in a certain manner, and ideas will foster and plant the seed for other ideas. When we use this as a brainstorming tool, it helps bring up those key events and like I said, some things that may not be obvious. Once we go through those first 6, what happens is if we focus on machine, for instance, we may focus on machines and materials. Let's focus on materials. We'll look at materials and what are the key material? Why are some of the key issues happening at materials? And we'll broaden it out, and we'll set ribs down off of that. That materials rib will now become a spine, and now we'll set ribs off of there to see why things are affecting materials. Same would be for any of the other key categories as well. But by doing this, again, we're able to collect common thoughts and common ideas through a common lens. Randy?
Yeah, I do see some people having some problems seeing slides. If that's the case and you can't see the slides, go ahead, go completely out and log back in, and then let me know on the outside if you can see the slides or not. Sorry for that segue.
Do you want me to unshare and reshare?
I think you're fine. I think everyone else, I believe, is seeing the slides, only an isolated instance, but I want to make sure that if you are, for some reason, having a problem, I know there's been a lot of people dropping off and not being able to get back in. If that's the case, go ahead, shoot me an email, and then I'll get you back in. But for some, I know there's something new because the program today is not working like it was. I think there was an update happened a week ago, but it's being a little bit glitchy today. So you definitely shoot me an email and I'll get on it.
Well, let me do this. Let me jump out. I'll unshare and I'll reshare. I'll see if that helps.
And now I
Thank
should
God I
look
don't
20
have.
years younger.
Thank God I don't have teams running it, flying airplanes. Okay, so hopefully that might have solved the problem for some folks. But again, it's using those key ideas, breaking the ideas down into a common structure. Again, those 6 key topics: machines, materials, methods, manpower, measurement, and environment. And then from those, using those ribs as a new spine, as the new basis, and breaking down those items there. And you can go, like I said, you can go 2, 3, 4 levels deep, but this helps us collect common thoughts along certain themes. We can do this. We can do this in Minitab. Just wanted to show you the different manners of constructing a fishbone diagram actually in Minitab. These are the screens it would look like. And then again, just some ideas, some concepts of what a fishbone diagram would look like. Again, starting, this is where we go from right to left, where here is the end result. Here is the issue that we need fixed or improved. And then we drive it down. We use, this is the spine, and we use our 6 key ribs as we mentioned. And then we just start looking at what are the major ideas along these themes that are why we're getting this condition, this undesired condition. We want to be as complete and as thorough on these items as possible. We want to make sure that, again, this is just another tool to facilitate brainstorming, because again, everybody sees something differently from where they sit. But if we have a theme to focus on, we can focus on that, and we'll bring these ideas through. We want to be as complete on our thoughts of these as possible, because it's very likely that one of these items that we have here off of the rib can now be a new spine, can now be a new main theme for us to shoot off of. So we want to make sure that we understand that it's clear to see the thought process of the issue or the challenge is occurring because of this theme. This theme is occurring because of this concept. This concept is occurring because of this item here. So again, we want to make sure that everything nests neatly, but it's also understood. It's also not uncommon, and it's actually preferred, to work a fishbone diagram for about 15-20 minutes, step away, come back in a week, come back in a day, come back at some other designated time, and re-engage it. Because a lot of challenges that we have here, a pitfall that many teams fall into, is groupthink. All of a sudden we start thinking along a certain way, and we want to be as objective and also capture those different perspectives as cleanly as objectively as possible. So again, it's not, so if we're going to do it, step away and come back, we want to make sure that whatever we're writing down, whatever we're documenting, is understood today, just like the way it was written yesterday or the day before. Randy?
And I always find a person outside the arena, because I know if I'm thinking about something, I'm thinking about it. So I'm writing, I'm documenting. Well, it's all from me and something that I do a lot. What's always irritating to me is when I'll say, hey, Ken, I've got this problem, this, I don't know what to do. He's like, oh yeah, you do this. I'm like, oh, because I didn't think like that. He did something.
Hearing. Can you say that again?
Sorry, Alexa. Shh. But someone outside your job spectrum, and it could even be a janitor, you'd be amazed, where it's like, look, I'm thinking about doing this, and we want this result. Do you have any ideas? You'd be amazed that someone outside your area of expertise will come, like the kid with the truck stuck under the bridge. Everyone else was going to lift the bridge, and they said, well, what if you just let the air out of the tires? Well, that was the answer. Of course, that's folklore, but it's a fine example of that kid was thinking way outside the box where everyone else was thinking engineering wise.
So again, there's no wrong answers. Like I said, some are just more entertaining than others, but also at the same time, we want to make sure that we're as complete